Good afternoon. Welcome to the Salina City Commission study session. We are continuing our budget discussions, and I will let City Manager Mike Scraggs start us off.
Thank you, Mayor. There we go. Thank you, Mayor. Found out on Friday evening that Finance Director Debbie Pack had to call in for jury duty, and she is still there as part of jury selection. So I am covering the study session, budget study session, and then potentially her agenda item later on today's agenda. I do know they're kind of progressing, so we hold out a little bit of hope that she gets cut loose and walks in mid-study session or mid-city commission meeting. We'll just have to see. So we have essentially a handful of things on today's study session agenda. One outside agency presentation from the Salina Community Economic Development Organization Executive Director Mitch Robinson, and we'll talk to you about property tax and the revenue neutral process, comprehensive fee schedule changes, and then identify decision points. Some of them you might be able to give us direction today, and then talk about timeline going forward, which I would acknowledge that if Ms. Pack ends up on jury duty, that throws quite a ringer in the timeline that we'll have to figure out. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mitch Robinson from the EDO.
Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's hard to believe another year's gone by, and for us, another 3 years have gone by. Those you all may remember that we have worked off of 3-year budget cycles with a request coming in each year, of course. So we've gone through that cycle again, and it's kind of hard to believe it. But you're going to run the slides, so let's just go to the next one. Obviously, this is a little history here. The organization was approved in December of 2015, forming the Salina Economic Development Organization. Took about a year, I think, for the community leadership to come together and work through that process. After that, they did a search, and I came on board the following December of 16. And then Robin Van Atta is with me today, and she came in April of 2017 to be my right hand and critical partner. Those you all may not know, you all have 3 board member seats just due to the volume of your financial commitment to the organization. This year, Brian Richardson is our past president. Is a city appointment. He'll be going off the board at the end of this year, so that will be an appointment that you all will need to fill later on. And then Tom Dill, who's serving as our treasurer, is your appointment. And then Jim Trowler just came on the board this year, is your all's 3rd appointment. So that's the good board. Been very pleased with the level of support from the board since I've been here, and it really goes back to the very beginning to put this organization together. Next, please. Our roles, it's kind of generally falls into those 5 categories of business recruitment, which goes into industrial. We do a little bit of retail, but it's more of a response nature. We're not actively going out, as I told a group Friday. No, we're not going out and recruiting car washes. That was something that we heard on social media, and I think Robin is not looking at social media as much, keeping her eye on what's going on, what's being talked about in the community. Told her, don't look at social media in that area because it'll just drive you nuts. But so that business recruitment is number 1 priority. Entrepreneurship is secondary. We do that very in concert with the Salina Chamber of Commerce. Metrics, creating, utilizing economic development metrics and indicators. And we're working on all that, try to keep that fresh. Research, we're about ready to start another project, and I think I need to send you a proposal, Mike. I think I got that the other day. I haven't shared that with you yet. But working with Fort Hays State on a potential research into labor costs, workforce costs here in the community, something we think would be good to have more additional information on. Then marketing, obviously, we've got to reach out and do some marketing, and we are working on a new structure there. We're continuing to have more discussions in the community that you've already heard some about, and you'll be hearing more about, I'm sure, in the future. Next, please. This is just kind of an overview of the bigger projects that we've been involved with, going back to One Vision, running down through Swans, Great Plains, Pure Imagination, Beck's, and then I'll touch on all those. So go ahead, next. The cold storage building has kind of gotten a lot of interest from the community. People have called in, well, what is that building? Well, you know, it's so big, and I had not realized how big it was until I was coming back into town from the south, and you can really see that building from a long way. And I really like the blue steel better than the white, but they got to have the insulated panels on the outside, so they're moving ahead. This is a 147-foot structure, tall structure, 140,000 square feet, and there'll be literally 3 to 4 people, maybe 5 people involved, and it's just going to be on the maintenance. It's going to be totally automated. The racks will come over from the production building, come across a conveyor belt, and we'll go into the building. Right now, I've been out there a couple times driving by, and they're inside the building right now working on the racking, the interior racking system. So a few more months and they'll be done. Those are basically, looks to be about a 10 or 12-inch panel on the outside, the white walls. And this is going to be a new facility, not just for pizza, but they'll be bringing in their pies and cakes that are made in Oklahoma. And they're also in construction on a new facility in the Dakotas. It'll be Asian food products. That'll be sent here, and then they'll be shipping all that out together, more efficient shipping distribution center for the company. Next. So this goes back to kind of what started us all off, $600 million investment, the building, long building there on the left-hand side of the picture. Of course, this picture doesn't show where the warehouse, the cold storage building is, but think about that 400,000 square foot building. Roughly 225 people working in half of that building. We haven't really heard recently anything about the discussions, but only half of that building is being used. The other half is going to be being saved for either more pizza or potentially something else. We've not had any recent discussions on when that might happen, but that's something to look forward to in the future. Actually, there's not even any concrete in it. It's down in the dirt on that half of that building. So something good will be coming out of that, I'm sure, in the future, but I do not know when that's going to be. Next. This shows a picture there on the top of the screen. The gray is the production building, and then you can see kind of where the white cold storage building is. It's really interesting to see how that's all been laid out. They're continuing to do work on the older and existing plant as well, so they want to keep that for production as well. They have that much demand for pizza. Next, please. And then east of town, a little bit, east of there a little bit, is Kubota. They're currently finishing up, continuing to work on their paint line. This is a critical piece of their expansion, 70,000 square feet on the north end of the building. And this is to paint all their items that they're producing currently. They're having to send that over to Abilene and up to the North Street plant where it's painted. So this is going to make them much more efficient. It's just a long process. Basically, they have to build the building kind of around some of the equipment. It's that much of a large structure, as well as environmentally. This is the newest water-based system that is very good for the ecologically speaking. So we've been in some other meetings talking about the future there, so they continue to have very big plans for Salina, and we're quite excited about what Kubota thinks about Salina. Next. Beck's Hybrid, they're moving quite rapidly on their building. They have 3 of the structures. You can't really see it too well in this picture. This is shooting it from off the interstate where you can get a better view of how those 3 I want to call them 3 pods, if the buildings are all connected. But this is a building they use in all their facilities now. Hutton is in the process of constructing that, And so the third one is up, the one that you see on the left hand, and that'll be kind of an open building. It'll be glassed in. That'll be where people will be coming into that building first. But you also noticed Sunday I was out there, and you can tell that the grooming on their plot area is definitely going on. It's been mowed and trimmed, and it looks very nice. It's much of an improvement if you think about what farm areas normally look like. Next. Geoprobe, this was a bond project the commission approved last year, so you can see where the steel's up, and they are continuing to move ahead with efforts there in their business. There's going to be another movement on some property very soon for their operation here in the community. Next. Repco is having a ribbon cutting next Tuesday. That's tomorrow afternoon. You all should have all gotten invites. This is a 96,000 square foot addition. You can see there in the middle of the building, they added additional warehousing, and then they made vast improvements in their lab space and in their office area. So they've been very pleased, and they've gotten really good comments on their building and improvements they've made. This is another IRB project that you all approved that we were involved with. Next. This is a busy week. Thursday morning, Evergy will be doing a groundbreaking for their new facility. That's part of the Project Macintosh, again, another project the city's been involved with on our State Department of Transportation grant that's be putting in the new street there. So we're excited about that, and we'll hear more about the second project probably in the next year as that one moves forward as well. Next. Old picture from last summer with our CEO of Pure Imagination Labs, Josh Wexler. They're in the process of, some of them are looking for homes in the community. They're also in a process of negotiations, discussions with the Airport Authority on temporary space for their building. Debbie, we're all glad you're here. So that was the picture. You see the senator and lieutenant governor there with us. Next. And the second of related projects at the college is the General Atomics Aerospace Innovation Ramp, the Aerospace Education Ramp, the short version of that. This is efforts at the college to work with NOAA, also with General Atomics. General Atomics had last year ago, September, had made a $10 million donation to the college, which is the largest donation ever made to any of K-State anywhere in the system, which we're all really proud of that. And they have a real interest in Salina, and have been working again with the airport on office or building space out there as well. So that's next. This is something you all need to be proud of. I think this was some numbers that staff put together that Tim Rogers has used, and I've borrowed it as well for a couple different presentations about the number of the houses and apartments. And if you haven't been out there to see what's going on behind Menards, a lot of dirt's been flying, or a lot of mud, depending on which day you've been out there. But again, the numbers are very good, and we're excited. This really helps us with our ability to go out and talk to people about opportunities here. So, next. If you all remember that day, you can go ahead. This is kind of a wrap up on some general things we're working on. This is a picture of the third annual Charlie Walker pitch competition. It was held out at K-State this year. We had donations made by a bank and also JRI, Bennington State Bank. They donated between the two of them $16,000 that we've used for rewards or awards, and that was given to 5 companies that were looking to start businesses here in the community. So we're excited about that. Continue to work with United Way, supporting their efforts on child care. I know you all had a presentation for them a couple weeks ago as well. And then the Salina legislative agenda. It's been another successful year, I think, from our efforts as a team, and I just want to stress that as a team, to get assistance out of the legislature, and Senator Clays has done an outstanding job on getting that. So I think we got, yeah. One correction, I think some information that we sent last week. We had a request into the county, and on Friday afternoon we found out what they have turned us down on an increase, but we are remaining at the $35,000 level from them. Airport Authority, we're sticking at this point. We're working on a proposal, but at this point we've got $50,000 penciled in. And then we've made a request from you all for $300,000 this year and bumping up the next 2 years, as you can see. But again, that's something we'll have to come back and make that request. At this point, I've got time to answer any questions. We are looking at doing some updates on our strategic plan. We're continuing to work on our relationship in Topeka with Department of Commerce. We had a good visit with Commerce staff 2 months ago now. The marketing team came in and we were able to give them an overview. Mike was able to take part in that and talked about the community, and they're quite impressed with what's been going on here. And we know that as part of this, the Lieutenant Governor always speaks very highly of Salina because of the performance that we've had here in the community, and they know that they can depend on us if they have a project. They know that we'll perform to our best of our ability. So, any questions?
Questions from Mr. Robinson?
Commissioners, we replicated the table that Mitch had at the end of his presentation and the study session presentation. So we did add a note there for your reference, and if we carry forward with the general fund revenue estimates that we had, we're estimating 6.53% revenue increase in the general fund. I should note that the EDO is paid out of the sales tax fund, but just as a frame of reference for our budgeted revenue increase. And as you recall, part of that was a discussion about wages and salaries across our organization. So, and then additionally, there is a percentage at the bottom of that table of total increase, but that assumed the county contribution kind of melded together all the rates between the city, the county, and the airport authority. If you broke out the city at that $25,000 a year rate, it would be essentially 9%, 8%, and 7.6% in the subsequent years.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Appreciate the opportunity to come and talk.
Are you ready, Ms. Peck?
I'm as ready as I'll ever will be.
Tell us how your day's been going.
It's been a little crazy, so I apologize if I don't seem as prepared as normal, but I've been sitting in the jury room. So the next thing we wanted to talk about was the revenue neutral rate. And first of all, we wanted to give you a little background on how that's calculated, because we've had a lot of questions, even from ourselves, about, with all this building going in town, how can our numbers only be our new improvement numbers only be $2.5 million? So we did we asked some questions, we did a little bit of research just so we can answer some of those questions and maybe give you a better idea of how the process works. So the first slide is just basically straight from the appraiser's website. It basically says that the appraiser appraises properties on a fair market value on January 1st of every year. So if something happens in June, it's not affected on that tax roll. It's effective what the property stands at January 1st of that given year. The appraiser does go out and physically look at properties every 6 years. They're required by state statute to do that. So when they go out, they basically, if they can't get in the home because they can't get a hold of the homeowner or something like that, they look at the condition, the age, things like that, and they look to see if any changes have been made to the exterior of the building. So if somebody's added a garage, or if they've done an improvement, that they don't have that process through their system through permits or something like that. And then they do use that. There's 3 methods that they use to determine fair market value. I won't go through those. They're in the study session PowerPoint. There's a market approach, a cost approach, and an income approach. And they use those for different reasons. For residential, they might use market, and for a business, they might use an income approach type thing. But that just kind of gives you a background of how the appraiser works and how they give their numbers. The other thing we question is, how can we look at our permits? We know we've been issuing building permits galore, and those dollar values are in the millions of dollars, and why doesn't that kind of attune to what we're seeing in these numbers? So basically what we found out is that only the value that has been improved on a property, so if it's a vacant lot and we're building a new house, only the value that's there on January 1st is included in the new improvement value. So let's say, for instance, the foundation's been put in and a garage has been put up, and that value is $75,000. On January 1st of the year that's up, that $75,000 would go in the new improvement value section of the appraisals. When that house gets built later in June, the next year, that additional, let's say it's a $300,000 home, that additional $225,000 doesn't go in new improvements. It goes in the regular residential value. So the only thing we've captured in the new improvements section of the real estate appraisal is that original amount that was there the first year. They look at the current year, what happened the one previously year before. So if it didn't happen in the year that they're assessing it, if it didn't happen the year before, it doesn't get included in new improvements. So that's why it's difficult for us to say we've issued 400 building permits for residential properties and we're only seeing $2.5 million in assessed value. Assessed value is another issue. It's not the full appraised value. For residential, that's only 11.5% of an appraised valued home. So there's a little bit difference in the numbers, but we were really stuck on how can we only have $2.5 million in improvements, which equals out to, I think Mike said, 10 million, is that $20 million
if you assume that was all residential, which
if you
that's not
assume
the
it's
case.
all residential. So we wanted to give you that background just so that you can see when we look at these numbers and you're thinking all that building's going around in the city of Salina, why aren't we seeing that happening? That's kind of why, because depending on how that build progresses, only the value that's there on January 1st after the first year that it's permitted is in new improvements. The rest goes to residential, which is not, they don't separate that out as a new improvement. So the next slide gives us the history, kind of our history of where our appraised values have been, our assessed values over the past 5 years or so. You can see our current assessed value, excluding our TIF property and our pending exemptions, is $526.5 million. Last year it was $521 million. That's about a little over a 1% increase. You can see in residential, the residential real estate section of that, we did pull out the new improvements so you can see that. But if you look at just the regular residential properties, it's $504.7 million from $500.9 million in 2024. That's only a 0.6% increase in value in real estate. The other thing I would say is that when we look at residential, we build this model on what we're going to collect in revenue. So that's why we subtract out the TIF. We're not going to get tax dollars on those TIF properties, which is our downtown TIF, now our HRIDs for some of our residential properties. They do allow us to take out the pending exemptions because they don't want us to bank on something they're not sure of. So they do allow us to take that out of our valuation so that we can make sure that we're going to get what we need to budget for property tax. The next page is really, this is the form that the city or county provides to us, and you can see on there how they valued the different categories. I just provided this for you so you can see where that $2,300,000 the $2.3 million of new improvements come from, and how they determine that revenue neutral rate. So they've given us a 29.445 mill revenue neutral rate for the 2024 taxes, which would be our 2025 budget revenue. We do receive this information on June 15th annually, and then we have until July 15th to make a decision as far as whether we want to remain revenue neutral or if we want to exceed that revenue neutral rate. If we choose to exceed that revenue neutral rate, either way, we have to notify them by July 15th. If we do if you choose to exceed that revenue neutral rate, then the county clerk will send notice to all taxpayers in Salina, just notifying them that the city has chosen not to go with their revenue neutral rate and what that rate's going to be, and also notify them that we will be having a public hearing. So then we hold a public hearing, give the public an opportunity to make comments on that issue, and then we have to pass a resolution by the governing body to state that we are going to exceed that revenue neutral rate.
So if I can jump in for 1 second. Commissioners, I know we've talked about this a number of times, and the term revenue neutral gets thrown around a lot, but for everyone's benefit, yours as well as those listening at home, I think it might be good for us to pause and just confirm your understanding of revenue neutral. So as Debbie explained, we accrue or we receive a certain dollar amount from property taxes based on our mill rate. And so the revenue neutral approach assumes that from 1 year to the next, the mill rate is going to be adjusted to have our revenue stay exactly the same, not a penny more from 1 year to the next. That's the revenue neutral mill rate. And so as you have growth in assessed values, if you don't adjust the mill rate, that would result in an increase in revenue. So when Debbie refers to the revenue neutral mill rate calculated by the county at 29.445, that is the rate that would be applied to the increased assessed value to result in the same amount of property tax revenues that we receive in 2024. So you start from the assumption of revenue neutral, then you're left with the decision of whether you want to exceed revenue neutral. That could be maintaining the same mill rate. It could be adjusting the mill rate up or down. But if the intent is to receive in 2025 any more tax revenue than 2024, then that is not revenue neutral. That requires the deliberate decision notification of the county. We're not the only taxing entity that's subject to that. All taxing entities have to provide the county clerk notice, and then they provide one universal notice to taxpayers of all the intent of all the different taxing entities. So I'll stop there at that point. Our current mill rate is 29.616. And with that nominal growth that Debbie described, the revenue neutral rate would go down from 29.616 to 29.445. So we can talk about the dollars, we can talk about what we want to do going forward, but I'd like to pause and just take the opportunity to see if you have any questions about the revenue neutral concept, notice process, calculation process before we get into the dollars and cents of our budget.
Should we be deciding today if we want to be revenue neutral? I mean, as we go forward and we're setting our budget, we kind of need to know if we're willing to budge off of that. I mean, would that be beneficial?
It would be beneficial. You don't necessarily have to decide that today, but if you have consensus and can provide that direction, that helps us know what our timeline is, and it helps us prepare the rest of the budget.
I mean, at first glance, to just capture the gain and stuff isn't significant enough to go through the publications and the work that's required to not remain revenue neutral. We've got excess general reserve funds, so my first thought is we would stay revenue neutral this year.
Yeah, and what's in this table, and we can go into it in greater detail, is kind of some calculations of if we left the mill rate where it was, if we tried to set a mill rate that you can't just target new construction, but if you tried to set a mill rate that caused a revenue increase equivalent to new construction spread across the entire tax base, or if we, in years past, we've talked about a midway between the revenue neutral rate and maintaining the current rate. But in the highest return scenario, that is $90,000.
Yeah, and I just think it's just beneficial. We've talked about trying to do it, and I think the taxpayer needs to understand that unless sales tax continues to go up,
Right.
you can't do revenue neutral all the time. It just doesn't work. So
I think there's a couple things going on there. One is other sources of revenue and whether we can sustain ourselves.
Right.
And the other is, if you go back and you look at our history of growth in assessed value, it's varied greatly. If you could go back a slide or two, Jacob, going back to 2020, it's we've seen 4.6% growth, 0.4%, 0.7%, 9.5%, 5.47%, 1.12 going forward. So I think the other discussion that comes up on a year-by-year basis is if there is noticeable growth, that it's more financially advantageous and it's an opportunity that you may not want to let go past. But $90,000 in 2025 is pretty inconsequential. But if I can, let me back up.
I think in a county they consider that immaterial. When you look at your total budget, it's an immaterial amount.
So I want to pause, though, and see if there's any procedural questions about the revenue neutral.
Well, it's my third year
Process.
going through this process, and I get it now. And I agree with Commissioner Hoppeck that I think, we can afford to take a pause and stay revenue neutral or even dip a little below. Do we get credit if we dip below revenue neutral?
Not in future years, we don't.
No, you do not. You basically would set your revenue back to a new level if you went below revenue neutral,
Yeah.
is what you would do.
And in fact, I would suggest never ever, I'd like to, issue a symbolic intention to go over it every year until the state repeals that. I mean, it's eventually cities are going to run out of money because if you count for inflation, the value of our money is going down by that amount every year. But I agree. I mean, it's no one's going to probably feel the pinch of that 80 to 90,000 spread over the whole city, and it's nice window dressing, but I wouldn't get too used to it.
Yeah, and my thought theory has always been that as we grow, build new streets, new water lines, and have all that to maintain, that our budget needs to grow with it. And but this, I agree, is pretty insignificant to go through the process.
I'll turn it back over to Debbie. I was really wanting to just pause on the process and the concept, and there is quite a bit of math there, but I think you've all kind of talked through it.
Yeah, and as Mike said, this next slide really just shows you kind of the numbers. Where we would be if we stayed at the rate we were today is the box in green. The box on the left is where we would be if we went with the revenue neutral rate. That difference is about $90,000. We tried to calculate what that midpoint was because we've looked at that information before. And then kind of where if we tried to capture the new improvement value, which would be spread across the whole assessed valuation base, where that number would be, and that's a little bit more than midpoint on this number. I will say any increase in that mill rate of 1 mil brings the city about $526,000. So the 1 mil does make a difference, but it would mean even going over last year's rate. So I just want to put that information out there for you. Any other questions? So do we have that consensus, I guess is the question, of staying revenue neutral so that we can move forward with that? Or did you need a little bit more time and have us bring that back?
That's my vote.
Might as well.
I'd be for it.
Okay. So
You're Philosophical vote, not your actual
Philosophical
vote.
vote.
Yeah. Okay.
No motion was made.
Yeah, no motions to be made, because we would bring that back with issues and options, and that just saves us that step when we get to that point, and allows us to be able to move forward with the budgeting process without that change being involved. So the next thing I wanted to bring forward was comprehensive fee changes. As you know, we publish our comprehensive fees. We do require that those be adopted each year through the budget process. I am not going to go over each of these. I did kind of want to highlight a few that were a little higher. You'll see most of them around the 3 to 5% rate. If you think of what inflation's doing, that's not out of line with kind of what inflation's doing. Like I said, I'm not going to go through these. I did want to point out a few of them that were higher, just so that you could make sure that you had seen those. The first one is the LSR, Neighborhood Services Other Fees Report, and the TCO inspection. Those are about 6%, a little bit over 6%. These are recommended increases from the departments. We reach out to the departments. They look at what the cost is to do business, and that they recommend these. A lot of times, it's just because they want to make it an even amount. So, for example, on the next slide, on slide 11, where we have a demolition fee, instead of doing $55 to $56, which is a little bit more harder to administer, they might go to 60, which then brings it to a 9% increase. So that's why some of those numbers will stick out as being a little bit higher than others. Others on that line is egress window permits at 8.33%.
Ask a question.
Sure, and I hope I have the background here to answer any questions you have
Looking in the
about
room
any
behind you, I
of
think
these
some
fees.
as Joe said, if I want to put an egress window in, what am I getting for that $60 permit?
An inspection.
So it's not a fee to put
Answering
it,
for
so
something
it's
that's
it's the inspection, not permission to do it, or is it?
Margie Clem, Deputy Director of Community Development Services. Yes, so an egress window comes in, and we do a plan review to make sure that it's not in the floodplain, that it's in a safe location for the house. Then once it is approved, then we will go out and inspect both an electrical inspection as well as a final residential inspection. So we do 2 inspections plus a plan review, which is why it's
So I'm actually getting some from them. Some of these, I've just always wondered, I mean, are we just taking advantage of the fact that somebody has to do it? And but that's a service provided, and a good service, actually, as it sounds.
Yes.
Thank you.
no problem.
Pay for that window to fill up with water.
Right.
We're in the floodplain. So, any other questions on any of these, the other fees? Like I said, I'm not going to go through each one of them. You'll see in development services, in the other, there's some additional ones that are going up over 5%.
I did have a couple, if I can find it. Sanitation.
Sanitation?
Yeah.
I highlighted it.
Tires. I'm betting it's about tires and those fee increases.
Is it toward the end?
It's on slide 18,
It's
sorry.
17 and 18.
There.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm here. I got another one. Cemetery. I recall last year Commissioner Ryan questioning this after 2 p.m. fee for opening and closing.
I believe he wanted to change the time, if I
Right.
recall that. That was his concern, was the time?
Yeah, I think the thinking was that a Saturday funeral typically runs longer than 2 p.m. and so wanting to set that time back to allow for an afternoon funeral on a weekend.
So we did make those adjustments.
I don't know that we've adjusted the time. From staff's perspective, they were trying to look at it from an overtime
I think the fee is an
generator.
additional fee if it's if it runs after 2 p.m. or if it's on a Saturday. That's the,
And I thought
Additional.
that was his request to adjust that 2 p.m. time.
I believe it was.
and I don't think we adjusted that time. I think there was a lot of conversation about that, but I don't think the time was ever adjusted from that comprehensive
Okay.
fee.
And on sanitation, we discussed last year the additional cart fee. And you're doing a pretty good increase on the regular, almost 4%. Didn't
Right.
we increase that to
We did.
$5 for an extra cart?
No, it was $2. We increased it to $3.
Was it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That is a lot of stuff to remember from year to year.
Well, and
There's only certain ones I remember.
So I thought your question was going to be related to tires, because I did take note of that. Those are some sizable cost increases. We pay we take competitive bids. We receive 2 bids. These prices reflect the low bid, so this is passing through the cost that we incur, whether it's a special pickup at the curb or whether it's dropped off at the landfill. We do add a $1.25 handling charge. We have to treat them for mosquitoes with a tablet because they hold water, and we have some handling at curbside. We also have additional handling at the landfill. So there's a $1.25 to $2.50 cost that we pass through as well. But you may notice there's some sizable increases as a percentage and as a dollar amount on those items, and I
Yeah, it
guess
looks
that
like about the price of a new tire on some of them.
yeah, some of those fees went up over 100%. The 18 and 0.4 above with or without a rim, and the larger tires, and those are private sector price increases that we're passing through.
Yeah, there's no easy answer on tires.
The other thing that I would offer up as a note, in the development services side, as Debbie explained, a lot of those are picking a round amount. I don't think there's anything in development services that's over a $5 increase. And then on Mayor, as you noted, the cemetery has some $10 and $15 increases. Beyond that, it's those big items that I referenced with tires.
Any other questions or comments?
And this is only a portion of the comprehensive fee schedule. I only brought forward those that requested changes. So if you ever look at that comprehensive fee schedule, it's quite extensive. It includes a whole lot more than this. So, but I only wanted to bring those forward, and then we'll bring that forward to you. Unless you're ready to tell us that today as well, if you have some consensus about these, or you want a little bit more time to look at these numbers, we would be glad to take that consensus now. That would take something off of our plate a little bit later, a decision point that we would come back to you for. We'd be glad to do it either way. No, but I didn't know if you'd had a chance to review every single number on there
And I think
thought about it.
Mr. Scraggs said $5. I think there was some $10 and $15 on the development services in there, but that's still not big numbers. I mean, and I think some of that is labor intensive, and as our salaries go up, you're recapturing some of that. I didn't see anything that was out of hand, so.
Yeah, I guess I can double check. The first thing I looked for was anything over 4 to 5%, and then if it was, I looked at the dollar amount. So.
Well, some of the map amendments are 15 and stuff like that, and then I saw some other stuff that was 10. It's nothing big, but I knew stuff was over 5, but again, nothing looks out of line. I mean, the tires is significantly higher, but if that's just a pass-through, there's not a lot we can do about that. So I don't think we want to take a loss on that. So at first glance, I'm okay with moving forward with this.
Me too.
There's this.
I think I'm good.
That's not going to balance the budget, but it helps in our financial planning.
No, it certainly does not. So that's kind of the fees that we were bringing forward. Then we just wanted to kind of go over, because we have such a shortened time frame for this budget, based on the revenue neutral rate decision consensus that you made earlier, we will have to have that notification to them by July 15th. We also have to publish our budget 10 days prior to adoption, and with our meeting schedule, our adoption date will be August the 12th. because that's the last meeting before the August 25th deadline. So that pushes us back to about August the 1st for publication, which then pushes us back to about July 15th for our final budget numbers to be brought to you and for you to authorize that date of publication. And that's the point at which we have to have those final numbers to you. So this list, and while it looks very overwhelming, is kind of the stepping points that we still need to have those conversations with you, to get that all done through now and July 15th for us to bring that to you, with one meeting date left between those two dates. The revenue neutral conversation we've had, that answer's done, so that's good. We've looked at some revenue assumptions in the general fund with you. Those are some things that we just kind of want to make sure that, there's comfort level with that. We can move forward with those numbers. Do you want to stop on all these, Mike, and get consensus?
Sure.
We have plenty of time.
We've got a little bit of time, and if
Yeah.
we can, that'd be good.
As you recall or don't recall, we brought forward some of those numbers. I think that the total revenue increase was 6.5% in the general fund. Pretty small amount in sales tax. I think it was about 2.5%. A majority of that number was interest, and we did have some pretty good significant numbers, like 6% in franchise fees. But overall, it was about a 6.5% increase in revenue for the general fund, based on those assumptions, with the revenue neutral 0% increase on property tax. So we can bring that back or not, whichever you're more comfortable with.
I'm gathering here you want to bring everything back for final approval on, is it July 15th?
Yes.
So are we going to schedule a special study session, a special
Oh, it'll be
meeting?
July 22nd, sorry. We might. July 15th would be the special date if we scheduled something. So I'll jump forward. We have July 8th, which is our next meeting, which we're hoping to bring forward all of the other budgeted funds. We talked about the general fund extensively. We haven't, and all the funds that were affected by personnel. So we've talked about a lot of those, all the utility, the sewer, the sanitation, golf, those funds that are affected by personnel. We kind of went over those a couple of weeks ago. We have some other ancillary funds that we haven't discussed: sales tax, capital, gas tax, or TPAC. So there's a bunch of other funds that are really smaller funds that we would bring forward to you because they are budgeted funds. We anticipate bringing those forward to you on the 8th. The other big thing that we need to bring forward to you is water rates. We've been trying to get those rates adopted in the budget cycle instead of outside the budget cycle. So that's another piece that we need to bring back to you. And then we also need to get decisions on some of the things we've talked about: outside agencies, health insurance, and the personnel. So if we can't obviously get all that done in the July 8th study session. We need to make a decision in the July 22nd. That needs to be our final number. So kind of our budget, our kind of alternate schedule would be either to schedule something on the 15th, which would be a non-meeting Monday meeting, or some other time during that time. So I guess we could discuss that first and then come back to these questions.
So, Commissioners, we had talked about, we knew the budget cycle was might take some more time. We were trying to group things as much as we could. If there's any willingness on your part for the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd to meet earlier, that would extend the study session on the 8th and the 22nd. And then if there's a willingness to meet on the 15th, that's an added Monday, but that gives us a good-sized block of time to try to knock this out.
I won't be here the 8th. There's a chance I could probably Zoom in. But there'd be nothing happening on the 8th where you'd need a supermajority
Right.
vote.
I am out. I think I've only missed 2 meetings in 6 years, but this is poor timing. But I have a trip scheduled July 22nd, and I will not be able to Zoom in.
At that point, we should have final numbers. I mean, that's the day you're going to have to say, publication's good, those are our numbers. So the only thing we could be discussing at that point would be things that don't affect the total. I mean, we would have already had to adjust numbers for.
So at the
what we
8th, we'll discuss outside agencies.
Yes.
All that, so we'll
Yes.
have all that, okay.
That would be my intent. I haven't kind of given that schedule to Mike yet, but my intent would be to bring back all of those, what we usually call issues and options, which is your outside agencies, personnel, if that can't be decided today, health insurance. We've covered several of them, so that would be the ones that are the big ticket items now, I think, that we need decision points on, which would be on the 8th.
And we're still left at the staff level having to make some budget decisions and frankly, cuts from requests to get the general fund balance for you.
So do we want to wait until that meeting of the 8th to make a decision whether we need a extra special meeting?
I'm pretty sure we're going to need one. If you can at least block your calendar for the 15th, I would appreciate that. Between this conversation and water fund budget and rates, there's plenty left to wrap up.
At what meeting do we discuss the general fund? We have, we've talked about that excess balance we have and how we wanted to handle some of that. Will that be done July 8th also? We've talked about whether some of those dollars go into a reserve fund for the river. There's some things like that. At what point do we?
In
I
all
would
honest-
anticipate that being the 15th, to be
I was gonna
honest.
say the
If
same
we do a
thing.
meeting on the 15th.
Yes.
In all honesty, I think our focus is get you a balanced general fund budget, and then we can have conversations about reserve balance and allocation, reservation of that, or spending into that reserve.
You mentioned health insurance there a minute ago. Up here, you got health insurance and then minus 10% or hyphen 10%. or-
Yeah. That is one of the things that we'll need to discuss with you as part of the personnel. What we've budgeted currently in the operating budgets is a 10% increase on the cost of health insurance for all of those funds that are paying for health insurance. That's why the 10%'s there. That's the number that we've used to increase the cost to the general fund, to all the funds that pay insurance on behalf of employees at this point. No decisions have been made on the actual health insurance fund itself. That comes later with the when the fund comes
The
back.
renewal.
Renewal, I couldn't think of that name, yes. the
You may
renewal.
recall there's a lot of conversation last year about the renewal rate between Salina Regional and Blue Cross Blue Shield in particular. We had a lot of conversations with our health insurance consultant, and we budgeted a similar amount and kind of came in on budget, and all indications are that's kind of what we should expect for the foreseeable future. So
That renews the first of the year. Is that
Yes. Yeah.
I would, just off the top of my head, think that we would want to have a July 15th meeting, one that Commissioner Davis might be out of pocket on the 8th, and just gives us that extra week to work through some of the issues. I hate having to make decisions on that last day and we feel rushed and stuff. So, if we had a 5 o'clock budget meeting on the 15th or something, I think would give us a little more time to really discuss things a little more thoroughly.
if you're willing, that would help kind of finish this process out, and it certainly
Then I'd
helps
feel
staff.
less guilty being gone the next week, too. So.
So we want to go ahead and schedule that, and
Do you
Get
want
it
to start
set.
at 5, or do you want to start study session time, whatever?
I'll leave that up to everyone else. I don't know.
I'm free the whole afternoon, so.
Probably earlier would be better.
regular study session time, 2:30.
2:30? Okay.
And the good thing is we won't have a 4 o'clock cutoff time, so
Right.
if we go long, we go long, so, okay.
Okay. So we'll go back then to the decision points while we have a few minutes. As you recall, we brought forward personnel and pay plan adjustments. We brought forward a 4% COLA and a 3% merit. I don't know if you've had time to kind of think about that, if you want to have some discussion about that and give us a consensus on where that number goes, so that we can then meld that into the overall budget as we go forward.
I apologize. I didn't bring that worksheet with me. I thought this is what we were going over, so
I know.
I didn't bring that sheet with me. I mean, I have it sitting in my office, but without it in front of me, I hate to.
We certainly can cover this on the 8th, which would be
Yeah.
when we would do the issues and options at that time. That's perfectly fine, because then we'll have the 15th to bring those numbers back to you and what effects they have. So I just wanted to kind of go over those. And then the other thing we'll be talking about next week, or the 8th, will be all those other, and I listed them all here for you, kind of so you know what you're looking forward to, is those other funds that we either pass-through funds or funds that we get money for specific reasons, or something like that. Really, in those funds, a lot of that is revenue estimating, and then just setting a budget for particular projects that we see coming through. Are there any other questions about the process? I know with our meeting schedule, this is kind of abbreviated. Is there anything else that we can bring forward to you to help make these decisions, so that we can prepare that for you as we move forward over the next 2 study sessions? Before, we've always brought like line level budget reports. We've kind of gotten away from that. We're doing it more at a department level. So as long as you're comfortable with that, then that's the way the course will stay.
So that next meeting, we need to bring back that packet we received 2 weeks ago.
Yes, because we will talk about issues and options, which will be all of the outside agencies. So if you have that packet information and the information they provided you, I'll have it all within the presentation as well. I'll have what we've historically provided for them and what they're requesting now. I won't have like their reasoning and all that stuff. The personnel information, you might want to just take a look at that. I'll have like an overview of what those numbers are. And then I think that's the last. The other thing that I have on my list there is to discuss the general fund target fund balance. We've kind of talked about that a little bit, whether we want to change that at that time. So might be helpful to kind of pull out all of those little packets that you've had just to,
I got the stack.
yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know in strategic planning, we talked about the fund balances kind of exceeding. And I think I suggested we raise the numbers. And is that something we need to discuss?
Yes, that, other than the general fund, are there other funds that you're thinking? I can go back to the strategic planning and see if
Well, I
there's any.
just recall that there were several that had exceeded their targets.
Yes,
And with the inflation, I guess my theory was we need to raise the targets.
yep, yep. I can certainly bring that back on the 8th when we do some of the issues and options. I'll bring back what the fund balance is currently at the end of 2023 and what the current target is, and then we can discuss those kind of individually so that you can see if there's any other funds that you think need to be adjusted upwards or down for that, okay? Anything else? Any other questions? Anything else we can bring forward for you?
Maybe get bond counsel to show up when we talk about the general fund target. Maybe re-emphasize some of those comments from last week.
Yeah, they wouldn't give us a hard answer on those when I asked. So.
Right.
Yeah,
Guess we'll
it's
just
a little
have to use our
frustrating
bill.
that they don't give us as much credit as we might like for that fund balance. We heard that for so many years.
Yeah.
We feel like we've solved that problem and we didn't get the result that we expected, but
It's a moving target sometimes. You
a
just,
little bit.
Right.
Is there anything else?
Not at the moment.
Okay, if you don't have anything, we will adjourn until our regular 4 o'clock meeting.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the June 24th, 2024 regular meeting of the Salina City Commission. I will ask the clerk if proper confirmation that the Kansas Open Meetings Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have roll call?
Mayor Longby,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick, Commissioner Ivy,
Here.
and Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here.
Thank you. All who are willing and able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have no public hearings. That will bring us to item 4, the consent agenda.
Item 4.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of June 10th, 2024. Item 4.2, approve resolution number 24-8218, appointing a Human Relations Commission member to the Law Enforcement Citizen Review Board. Item 4.3, authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Donaldson Construction Company, LLC of Clever, Missouri for resurfacing of various streets with pressure pave. Item 4.4, authorize the city manager to sign a request from the Kansas Department of Transportation for 2024 federal funds exchange. Item 4.5, authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Ram Contracting and Dirtworks of Salina for 2024 sidewalk ramps. Item 4.6, authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Smoky Hill LLC of Salina for 2024 Broadway medians. And item 4.7, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with WSP USA Inc. for engineering design services for Phase 1 of street improvements to West Magnolia Road.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Is there any item a commissioner would like to remove? None. Entertain a motion to approve.
Mayor Longby, I move we approve the consent agenda as posted.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Administration, item 5.1.
Item 5.1, receive and review the 2022 audit report from Forvis LLP.
Ms. Peck.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. The city is audited annually by an outside auditor, and as the final step of that audit process, we bring that report to you to receive the audit. Today I have Michael Gerber from Forvis here. He's going to present you our audit for 2022, and then we'll just take a motion to receive that from him. So, Michael?
Thank you, Debbie. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, appreciate you giving me some time here today. My name is Michael Gerber. I'm a partner with Forvis. I'm happy to be here today to present the results of your 2022 audits. I believe all of you either have a paper copy or maybe an electronic copy. I just have a few high-level remarks about that, and then I'll open it up if you do have any questions. First thing that I want to mention, we did issue a clean and unmodified opinion. That's the opinion that you want as a result of an audit, so certainly good news there. Probably very standard to what you've seen in the past. As you're probably aware, there's other entities like the airport and the housing authority that are audited by other companies. We collaborate with them to help consolidate all this information into a single report. Two other items that might be new within that report, we did issue there was a new accounting pronouncement for leases. All your leases are now on your books, so that was one part of it that you might see that's a little bit different within that report. And also, we did have a restatement for prior years as we were looking through the capital assets. Noticed some assets that hadn't been recorded in prior years, so we just caught that up here in the current years. Is basically what we did there. Within that annual comprehensive report, and I know it's a pretty thick document, about 150 pages, don't know how much you really dig into it, but if I could point you to at least just one area to really focus on, that start on page 5. That's your management discussion and analysis section. This is where management goes through and makes some comparative statements. That gives you some little bit of detail for what changed year over year. So again, that's a lot less to have to read through, but that's probably a good place to look if you don't look at anything else within the report. I also want to mention, I probably should have kicked this off. I want to thank your finance team. They did a great job getting us what we need. I'm sure you're well aware, between Debbie and Rachel, number of people behind the scenes as well that helped us out and get our questions answered. They did a great job getting us what we need to do our job. Last thing that I wanted to mention was with regards to the management letter that we issue as well. It's more of a narrative format. Two comments that I want to mention there. One, I already talked about the restatement with regards to some expenses, some capital projects for your water treatment plant. That was what was restated here during the 2022 audit. Anytime that you have a restatement, that triggers what we call a material weakness. That means your financial statements were not materially correct in the prior year. So that's the reason for that comment here for this current year. The good news is I do know that management has already got in place a new system to help track those expenses going forward. So I don't see this being a recurring issue. This is just something we caught up here for the current year. The other item is just with regards to your accounting team. Sometimes you can't completely separate all the duties the way we would like to be, that we would ideally like to see. Not uncommon. We see that a lot, especially of entities this size. Just something to be aware of that we want to point out. So those are the two items that I wanted to mention within the management letter. And I believe that takes care of my prepared comments. So I might open it up if there's any questions from this group.
If I could, I might ask Debbie to speak a little bit to the restatement of the capital item.
Sure. Our capital assets were previously kept in an Access database. I'll just give you an overview of how it works. Before I came, that Access database basically failed and then was converted to an Excel spreadsheet. So since the time I've been here, we've been capturing all of that data in Excel spreadsheets, multiple Excel spreadsheets. In this particular instance, there was one project line item that wasn't brought forward in its ending balance in 2021, and that was not caught in the 2021 audit. It was caught in the 2022 audit when we were reviewing those capital or construction in process. So a couple of things have happened. One, we are getting a new software system for capital assets. We're hoping that all of this information will be able to go into there, and then those reports will be able to be run out of that system. And we've also put kind of a check and balance system in place just to capture the detail of each of those projects and make sure that we're looking at that overall summary balance details, just to make sure that we're capturing those things. So I just wanted to let you know that we have tried to put in some steps, but it's pretty manual at this point as to what we were doing. So
Debbie, correct me if I'm wrong, but this relates to the stage of completeness of the South Water
Yeah,
Plant.
this particular area of the audit looks at what we call construction in progress. And so these are projects that are at any level of construction but not complete. So there's a list of projects, many of them, that are not finally complete. So these are actually progress or projects that we are just tracking continual expenses for. For example, the South Water Plant, that was probably a 3 or 4 year project. So each year we would determine what the value, how much we had spent for that particular year. Then the auditors take that information and they put it in our assets and they depreciate it just like they would anything else. But these particular projects are not completed projects, so they haven't been put onto the final asset list as a completed project yet. So.
And I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Gerber. I just wanted to give her the opportunity to provide some detail.
I know, before we didn't, what was it, last year, before we started doing vehicle leases, and now we're going to do fire equipment leases. Is there any way, and maybe it's internal, it's not with the auditors, that we can analyze if it's beneficial to, how it's working? I think we've been doing it for a while, and I don't know.
Yeah, there's two things going on there. So the enterprise fleet management lease approach, I think, is probably where your question is directed. And I don't know that that's an audit item as much as we can do a financial assessment of that. On the fire department side, I don't know that we're leasing the equipment as much as we talked about whether we wanted to whether we want to at least finance it versus pay out of cash or debt.
Okay.
So,
but yeah,
we certainly, and there's a couple things to look at the enterprise fleet management level. One is kind of that replacement cost, and anecdotally or individually we've looked and feel like we're breaking even or making money, but then there's that long-term investment of the lease if we ever wanted to transition out.
'Cause I noticed that in the audit report, there's notes to the financial statement dealing with the vehicle leases, but again,
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
what
know how
you're
to
looking
analyze
for
that
is-
to tell
is-
us if it's been, if it's beneficial to us or not, so.
And I don't think that's a part of the new regulation is to analyze, it's more to list that your leases exist.
And I guess my other question is are there any upcoming changes under GAAP or under the Kansas Municipal Audit and Accounting Guide that will change anything in the upcoming year or two?
So for 2022 was the leases, which you notice that new note. For 2023, there's a new standard for subscription-based technology agreements. So think like if you have maybe a Zoom license or something like that, that's a multi-year contract. Maybe you have like other software licenses, Adobe or Microsoft Excel, things like that. Those will take similar analysis. How much are you going to be paying in the future? That'll create an asset and a liability for the city.
Okay, but nothing major then?
Nothing too significant, no.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question was on timeline. When I went through this was year ending 2022. Are we currently working on the 23 audit now?
That is correct, yes. We actually came out for field work while we were wrapping out 2022. I think, was that in April? I believe we came out for 2 weeks to start that 23 audits. I'm actually going to go upstairs right after this to talk to Rachel about, just give her a status update. That is moving along very well. You're probably curious, there's the timeline of me being here to report on 2022. We're almost 18 months past year in now. First year audits are always a little bit of a struggle, coupled with just kind of getting through the capital assets, making sure we had a good detail and figuring out what those restatements were going to be. The good news is for this year, we're more on track to get this thing finalized here during the summer months rather than almost a year past when it's typically due.
So I would add, we know from our bond rating experience dealing with bond counsel, financial advisors, and then Moody's that 18 months is the target range now for completion of audits. If you can complete them within 18 months, that does not affect your bond rating. So we're in active communication with Forvis about getting 2022 wrapped up, and then we're not their only client. We're a new client, so we're trying to get in their schedule to get it completed much sooner
Well, I
than
can
that.
see the transitioning a little easier now that we've got 1 year in the books.
That's exactly right. Yes, sir.
Have a lot of information already get transferred, so. Well, it's really remarkable that there's only a couple minor things here that, in the separation of duties, I guess if we had more help. I guess Debbie does have a new assistant, so. Any other questions?
I would say to that question, that point is, too, with a city this size and a staff size that we have, it's not uncommon. I mean, we could hire 20 people, but they may not have any. We don't need 20 people, is the point. If we can get our job done with the 6 people that we have, there are always going to be some points that are overlapping a little bit. Some more materially effective than others. So those are the things that we really need to hear from them is, okay, this is really bad. You don't want somebody that's writing your checks, receiving your checks, and doing all those things because there's too much open-endedness for fraud. So those are the things that we kind of look at is, okay, if you're really doing 2 things, can you have an effect, or is there a real risk of something going wrong? So in a staff this size, it's not uncommon to have those comments.
And we implemented checks and balance measures in terms of who's checking the accounts, balancing the accounts compared to who's writing checks. And
Right.
as we've identified smaller operations, we've tried to break that out.
Right.
May not be an additional staff person, but trying to build in some oversight.
And internally in the software system, it allows us to have checks and balances for things like that too, as far as approvals and things like that. So the other thing I did want to mention that Michael didn't mention is, as a city, we were not required, we're not subject to a federal audit, which is an audit of our grant dollars. That's only required if we spend $750,000 in federal grant dollars in a year, and we did not do that in 2022. So we were not, we weren't subject to that for this year. So the action today really is to move receipt of the audit and just accepting it is what that action would be. So if you don't have any further questions.
Any other questions? Is there any public comment on the 2022 audit? bring it back for action.
Mayor Longby and I move to receive the 2022 audit report.
Second that.
Have a motion and a second to receive the 2022 audit report from Forvis LLP. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 5.2.
Item 5.2, authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Travelers for the renewal of the city's comprehensive property casualty insurance.
Ms. Schlesinger.
And if I can, I'm going to jump ahead of Nancy just a little bit. This is an item we talked about. It could have gone on the consent agenda, but as a 30% rate increase, I just felt an obligation to not put it on consent. So I'll let Nancy take it from there.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Nancy Schessler, the Risk Manager for the city. We're here today to talk about authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Travelers for the renewal of the city's comprehensive property and casualty insurance. The city purchases property and casualty insurance to cover a multitude of things: our buildings, our equipment, our automobiles, law enforcement liability, cyber liability, those things. A detailed list of those lines of coverage was provided with your report this afternoon under the attached summary of insurance, I think is what it's titled. So shortly after the first of the year, staff began working with Iron Insurance Partners and Charles Worth Consulting to evaluate the insurance market and the available carrier options. So since property and casualty insurance carriers pretty much across the board utilize agency broker system to market and sell their policies, we use Iron Insurance Partners as our intermediary. And then Charles Worth Consulting, even though they offer a wide range of resources, we use him this time of year pretty much just as an advisor to the city for the renewal process. So the city's current insurance expires on June 30th of this year. Iron Insurance Partners and Charles Worth Consulting presented a study session in February, if you recall, just to prepare for the renewal. We knew going into it that it might be a rough one. The City Commission was updated on the state of the property casualty insurance market and provided staff direction to move, and was provided with direction to move forward with Travelers. So the study session included lots of discussion talking about property liability coverage concerns and its volatility, inflation impacting values and product availability and labor rates. And at that study session, it was estimated that we could go from paying what we were last year, $700,000 to $880,000. And then later in March, Travelers came back with an indication that it could actually be as high as $914,000. And in the end, it came in just shy at $908,299. So on the bottom of page 1 of your report, it shows the expiring year's premium with Travelers by line of coverage and how it compares with their proposal for this renewal. Overall, as Mike had mentioned, they did take a 30% premium increase, which equates to $211,009. So it's no surprise, we did talk about it at the study session in February, but that property saw the largest increase. This is the 4th year in a row that global catastrophic losses have exceeded $100 billion. And of the top 10 global economic losses in 2023, 2 were actually storm systems that hit the Midwest. So, and we're not the only ones experiencing this as a city. Counties are experiencing it, school districts, and then also across the board, the private, people are, all of us here in this room, I'm sure, can attest to the fact that we're experiencing the inflationary trends across the board. So Travelers did take an increase in building values of 5%, and they increased our contents 6%. We were provided indication that they would take potential increases of 8% and 4.5% respectively, so it kind of balanced out there. They also raised the wind and hail deductible from 1% to 3%, and the per occurrence minimum from $100,000 to $250,000. They did provide an option to keep the wind and hail deductible at 1%, but that would be an overall property premium of $746,383. which would be an increase of just under $280,000 just for the policy year. Iron Insurance Partners and Charlesworth Consulting, when I met with them, they both recommended not opting into the 1% deductible. They both felt like it was not sustainable and the additional premium would cover most of our claims anyway. So, and even though the direction from the City Commission in February was to go ahead and renew with Travelers, Iron Insurance Partners and Charlesworth Consulting, in an effort to always be seeking out the best program for the city and the best price and the best services, they did go and reach out to a carrier that they know that writes public sectors, and then also they reached out and spoke with an insurance pool. And as you can see from the marketing summary that's included in your report, unfortunately, both of those entities declined to quote the city of Salina. So we are in a year 8 of a hard market. It continues to drive rates and premiums, and the future continues to be uncertain. While coverages and conditions and costs are important, so are services that are provided. We've been in business with Travelers for over 20 years, and they continue to provide exemplary claim services. And then they have a comprehensive online resource center that we can also utilize. A lot of those things are at no cost to the city. And then when they do partner with other outside, agencies, other, third-party entities, sometimes it'll be just big discounts that we can see in working with them. So we continue to take advantage where we can. So the fiscal note, the insurance amount budgeted for the 2024 property and casualty insurance renewal was $800,000. So we are short $108,299 in that line item. And in order to cover the renewal amount of the $908,299. So that difference, in talking with Debbie Pack, we will be taking that from the general fund, if approved. So staff has identified the following options for the City Commissioners' consideration. Approve a motion, option 1 is to approve a motion authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Travelers for the property casualty insurance renewal in the amount of $908,299. Option 2 would be to approve a motion authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Travelers for the property casualty insurance in the amount of $908,299 with amendments as the City Commission would deem appropriate. Or option 3 would be to take no action resulting in no property casualty insurance protection for potential losses. Staff recommends option 1. And with me today, I do have Mark Skidmore with Iron Insurance Partners. He's here in person. And then James Charlesworth with Charlesworth Consulting has joined us on Zoom. So hopefully he's out there. Okay. So if you have any questions, we'd be happy to, between the three of us, hopefully we can get them answered. So
Questions? My one question is, with the sticker shock here, it feels like we're now California or Florida. Do we pay this in one lump sum?
yes,
That's a big check.
it is a big check.
Just one question, the minimum per occurrence, is that that's different from is that our deductible?
Are you talking about for the wind and hail deductible? Yes, so it's a 1% per building and business personal property. So they'll take the 1% of every building that might be affected in a wind or hail storm, and that'll be your deductible for that building and its contents. But then, in addition, the city is required to pay a minimum of whatever that per occurrence amount is. So it is currently $100,000. They are raising that to $250,000. So before we would see any kind of reimbursement from Travelers, we would have to make sure, or we would have to pay $250,000 up front.
That's what I thought it meant. I was just hoping you were going to have a
I'm
different,
sorry.
different
I know.
explanation.
It was a sticker shock when they presented that to us a few years ago, of just the 100,000 and the 1%, per business, per building and
Does that put us in the
content.
same situation as folks with their car insurance who get a ding in their windshield and say, nah, I won't tell them about it, and just pay for it?
we kind of consider that. I will tell you, we are in the midst, unfortunately, right before renewal every year. It seems like something happens, whether it's a compactor that catches on fire or a wind and hailstorm like we just had in May. So we did have over 80 units that were damaged by hail, and those have all been taken care of, repaired, and all of that. They're still tallying the dollar figure, so I don't have a number to give you, but also several buildings were also affected, but they're still assessing that damage as well. So we don't know until they itemize everything out. We won't know what the effects will be, whether or not it even warrants, I mean, we filed the claim, but whether or not it warrants even moving forward in any way, because we may not see any potential reimbursement if we don't meet that 100,000 threshold.
You can withdraw a claim without penalty?
Yes.
Okay.
Although, I was curious, I know, I was curious, and maybe Mark can address this. I was a little curious because they did come out. I mean, Travelers has come out and, you know, has sent a multitude of people, not just their people, but also hired a third party to come out and assess our roofs. So the time spent, how do they look at that the next time it is for us? Like if we backed out of the claim, how would they look at that the next
Well,
time?
our deductible's high enough right now that that's not going to affect us, right? If we shut it down, that's their time.
They expect to do that.
Yes.
It's cost of doing business is what I thought,
Yeah.
but I just kind of wanted to run that.
Yeah.
I hadn't had an opportunity to ask Mark about that yet, but, because that may be where we're at with this storm. I really did not think this storm was as bad as it was. When I sent the email to staff, to all the departments saying, hey, let me know if you had any storm damage, I never expected to have the extent of damage that we've seen with the autos especially, but even with our roofs. I just don't know that we're going to get to that threshold, that $100,000, so.
So if this was analogous to health insurance, this would truly be catastrophic coverage.
Yes.
Yeah, so putting a fine point on it, the dollar cost of the premium is going up. The value of the buildings is going up, so 1% of that value is going up, and then the minimum amount for coverage is going up. So it's not just the cash payment for the premium.
When I heard that number of vehicles with the hail damage, my first question was, how many vehicles do we have?
We have a lot. And it is fluctuating. I know we have over 250 right now, probably
Really?
closer to 275, but yeah, but that number is always changing, especially now that we're leasing and we're swapping out vehicles every year or two, a lot of them. So that is, I can't even give you an exact number, but it's a lot. And we park a lot outside.
My question on leased
Unfortunately.
vehicles versus vehicles we own, you know, I mean, if you own a vehicle and it's got some dings, you don't have to always get that, you know, repaired. How does it work on a leased vehicle? In the contract, does it say if we have hail damage or it's damaged that it will be repaired?
I would say that was my understanding in the beginning, but I think that's more about when there's an accident as opposed to hail damage. We were told by Enterprise that there were some vehicles that if we chose not to repair because there were only a few dings, that would be fine. They didn't have a problem with that, but we just wouldn't see the return on that vehicle
It would just
that we
be
would.
like anything.
They
yeah.
would deduct that, so we wouldn't make as much money from that vehicle. So they basically need to assess each individual vehicle to determine if it makes sense to repair them.
Okay.
And I think all of them, there's very few. There might be a couple of older police units that we ended up not repairing, but outside of that, we repaired everything.
With the heat, park them out in that heat today. Let's see what pops out, right, Mark?
Exactly. Maybe we repaired them too quickly.
Yeah, I
don't
think
know.
I heard a few of them pop out this afternoon. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess a question for Mr. Skidmore is, do we see this continuing? I mean, it does seem like everything I keep reading and
I hope not. I'm only 30.
I know
I look like I'm much older
well,
than that.
the insurance friends I have, and they're becoming less of a friend because of what they're charging me now. But it seems like this is just kind of the market.
If we think about everything that we've dealt with, right, in inflation, especially during COVID, I think the marketplace will catch up with everything once they get building values appropriately insured. Once they can figure out the storm system, whether the weather pattern stabilizes or not, they will figure out where to get their price model out.
Okay.
I just hope it's sooner rather than later.
Yeah, because 200 and some thousand a year is gonna, and I know I've talked to Nancy a little bit that there's, you know, you look at some pooling, there's some other things to look at, but again, sometimes they're not as advantageous as you'd like them to be.
Yeah.
So.
Here's my question for Mr. Skidmore is, your large commercial clients, say Great Plains, Tony's, have a lot of property. Are they seeing these kind of increases?
Exactly. There's nothing against the city of Salina here. And whether
One's
it's
getting a free ride.
whether it's counties, large manufacturers, yeah, it's the same thing daily.
So we can expect it at home.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just hoping they don't cancel my homeowners.
Actually, as a local insurance carrier, is there a particular area of town that seems to be the epicenter of that damage for that last storm?
Yeah.
The last one tended to be further, more north, right?
Yeah, it started actually kind of centralized downtown area, and then it did, as it moved north, it actually did get worse. So, yeah, that was an interesting storm, but they did a lot of spot checking to a bunch of our facilities just to kind of get a feel for, you know, where, I mean, they kind of had an idea. I mean, you can, you know, track, there's all kinds of systems that insurance companies have to track where the storms come and go from, but you just really have to get on a roof at the end of the day to check, and they were able to determine kind of a path that it took, so, yeah.
Thank you.
We do have, I don't want you to forget, we have James Charlesworth here, and he's a lot of fun to talk to too, so we don't want to miss out talking to him if you had any questions for Charlesworth Consulting and maybe what he's seeing with his clients. He does a lot of clients throughout the state of Kansas and other places too.
So
But
he can soften this blow a little bit.
sure, that's why we pay him the bigger bucks, because he can soften the blows if he wanted to speak up.
There's nothing I can do to soften this, I'm sorry. But I will say, I've had some clients down in the Gulf area, and there has been some stabilization this last year. So I'm a little concerned about the forecasted hurricane season, but fingers crossed. But the Midwest, we've had some bad hail, so we'll see. But I'm trying to be optimistic that we're nearing the end. But to Mark's point, there's going to be a number out there that insurers are excited about again, and they'll get back in and I'll start driving pricing back down. So hopefully this will come in the next year or two.
So, James, we've had conversations at the staff level as well as with the city commission, but can you just reassure us all that we're not just blindly locked in with travelers? We are looking at trying to size up whether there are options out there. You know, we looked
Absolutely. I mean, right now I'm doing a fairly large marketing project up in Nebraska, and that'll give me a sense of what insurers are doing up there, which might trickle down to us. We're always looking for options. We're looking at, I've got some clients that are looking to do their own thing and just create their own purchasing group, if you will. Probably not going to happen this year, but yeah, everybody's looking for a solution because this is not sustainable.
And I guess my point is we have had those conversations starting at the beginning of the year, if not earlier, and tried to beat the bushes in terms of anticipating this might be the case. Were we able to identify any other alternatives?
No, sir. We made every call we could make, and I would put you with them in a second because I'd look like a hero, but there's just nobody out there.
But I would think there would be it'd be advantageous to, I mean, depending on what that price difference would be, to stay with somebody you've been with 20 years. I mean, you've built up a reputation, and, you know, if you switch to somebody and then you have a large claim, I could see you getting canceled, you know, I mean, versus being with the Travelers for 20 years. Mm-hmm. Unless they're just totally out of the ballpark, it'd take quite a bit for me to want to jump ship.
And James and I would both concur with that. And we want Travelers to be profitable, right? This has to be a profit center for them, or they're going to exit the marketplace and we'll be worse off than we are. But yeah, it would take a pretty sizable number for, I think, either James or I to recommend that we leave Travelers real quick.
Any other comments, questions?
Write the check.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, you're right.
Sorry. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
But we're not without insurance.
Well, I guess you prepared us for it.
Yep, we tried. And that actually is thanks to Mike Scragg. He kind of has changed our process of how we do risk management and prepare the commission, before a renewal. We never used to come to you months in advance with any kind of indications or anything like that. And I think it helps, especially because you guys are on a kind of a little bit of a rotation with new people coming in. I think it helps to educate you if you're not as familiar with insurance and how it works. And I think that's been really beneficial for us. It's a little bit more work for them to have to come twice, or to participate twice and prepare, 2 different presentations. But I think it's been very beneficial. I hope you guys have thought the same thing.
Until the market stabilizes, I would suggest we do that again next year.
Yes.
Because, it's much easier for me to know. Mr. Skidmore had already warned us that we might go from 7 to 8, and even though we went above that, because what frustrates me is when I'm sitting here and the first time I've seen you guys is today,
Yeah.
and I have till June 30th to make a decision, and we're locked in. So
Yeah.
I do appreciate the fact that we were forewarned and given the option. So I think, like I said, until the market stabilizes, if they don't mind, I'd like them to do it again next year.
Oh, don't mind at all. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item? Bring it back for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move this governing body authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Travelers for property casualty insurance for the amount of $908,299.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Travelers for property casualty insurance in the amount of $908,299. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir. Item 5.3.
Item 5.3 is for the 2025 new ambulance purchase. It's 2 action items. Item 5.3A is to authorize the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with Saline County for the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds in the amount of $402,784 to purchase an ambulance and power cot loading system. And item 5.3B is to authorize the purchase of 1 new Type 1 Osage ambulance in the amount of $349,695 from Emergency Services Supply.
Deputy Chief Pearson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. So, as the city clerk mentioned, 2 different items in this one presentation. So, the first item is authorizing city manager to execute that MOU with Saline County for American Rescue Plan funds, and then the second is, if you approve that, to authorize the purchase of a new ambulance to increase the fleet of ambulances for the fire department. So several years ago, as an internal strategic goal of the fire department, we started discussing adding another ambulance to the fleet just to even things out between all 4 fire stations to eventually get to the point where each station would have a reserve ambulance in addition to the staffed ambulance that we currently have at each station. Last fall, I believe it was, we started having that conversation with the city manager's office just to see what that would look like moving forward. And through that collaboration, the city manager's office was able to collaborate with the Saline County manager's office and earlier this year come up with a plan that maybe would work out for everyone and move forward with that. So between the city of Salina city manager's office and Saline County, they developed the plan to utilize the American Rescue Plan funds to facilitate the purchase of the ambulance, and additionally, ultimately the cot and power load system that'll go into the ambulance as well. So, the interlocal agreement between the city and the county, the fire department, we operate the ambulance service for the entire county. So the interlocal agreement there was to help facilitate equipment, predominantly the purchase of ambulances. So increasing the number of ambulances, I said, would eventually even out and have each fire station with a staffed ambulance and a reserve ambulance, and assist with times of heavy call volume, assist with relocation of equipment when maintenance is needed, things of that nature.
So the request, if approved, would also follow, we would ask that they follow the city's single source purchasing policy for the continuation of an existing project or continuity of similar services, which past performance is considered acceptable. So additional factors to take into consideration, utilizing that single source policy would maintain the standardized fleet that we have with Osage Ambulance currently. All 7 ambulances now are identical to each other as far as equipment location, compartment, where the compartments are located, things of that nature. It would allow us to, as in the past, continue the remounting process and remounting plan that we have in place already with the other ambulances. We've already had 6 remounts done successfully and see no reason why not to continue that process. Osage offers a lifetime corrosion and construction and manufacturer warranty as long as they do the remount themselves in their factory. So that lifetime manufacturing of the ambulance body itself, as long as they remount it, they strip that down to bare metal, check out, make sure there's no cracks in the welds, fix anything, and then rebuild the ambulance as basically a brand new ambulance when it comes back in. And then ultimately also the department's emergency vehicle technician is authorized to do some of the warranty work in the rare chance that we needed warranty work on the on any of our fleet of ambulances. That's an agreement worked out with our mechanic can actually do some of that work, and it doesn't have to return to the factory to have that done. So on the fiscal note, the MOU with Saline County allocates a total of $402,784 in ARPA grant funding to be granted to the city of Salina. The funding amount's based on the ambulance purchase price of $349,695, as well as a separate purchase of a new Stryker Power Pro EMS cot and Stryker EMS powered load system from Stryker Medical at a cost of $53,039.91. The MOU between the city and the county will be presented to the county commission on July 2nd, and if for some reason the county chooses not to approve that MOU, then the city, we are not obligated to move forward with any of the funding or anything to move forward on the purchase of the ambulance. So following options on item number A, the MOU itself, authorize the city manager to execute an MOU with Saline County for the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds in the amount of $402,784 to purchase an ambulance and power load system. Option number 2 for that would be authorize the city manager to execute an MOU with Saline County for the use of American Rescue Plan funds in the amount of $402,784 to purchase an ambulance and power load system with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate. And item number 3, or option number 3, is postpone consideration of the MOU to a future date and time and provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments to City Commission requests for further consideration. I assume you want them to handle this one first before we go? Okay. So the second item, if the first item is approved, second item is item number B, authorize the purchase from Emergency Service Supply Osage Ambulance, 1 new Ford F-550 4-wheel drive chassis, a new construction ambulance body, and additional Stryker cot and cot equipment. Option number 2 on item B, authorize the purchase with amendments the City Commission deems appropriate. Or option number 3 on item B is postpone consideration to purchase to a specified date and time to provide staff direction. Both of these items, staff's recommending option number 1 for both A and B. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have before you make a decision.
Questions for Chief Pearson?
Just out of curiosity, with the memorandum of understanding, the city actually runs the ambulance service.
So under the interlocal agreement,
Yep.
yes, the city of Salina operates the ambulance service, but that agreement is with the county to provide ambulance service to the entire county.
Right. Do we have to stay in that MOU for a certain number of years and not
I'm gonna-
pay any money back?
I'm going to direct
So,
that to the city manager's
Yeah,
office.
Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood. So the MOU is just for the use of the ARPA dollars. So any ARPA dollars that the county had that they granted out to other agencies, they required that agency to sign an MOU that says that we will spend the dollars basically the way that we say that we'll spend the dollars. So it just really requires us to expend those funds for an ambulance. It doesn't change any part of the interlocal agreement or the way that we manage our ambulance service. We'll continue to do it the same way that we've done it for the last however many years the interlocal agreement's been.
1982, I believe, is when that
So
was
sometime,
established, the interlocal agreement.
Patient transfers, is that number still climbing or is it stabilized?
It's actually stabilized. Depends on how you look at it. You know, compared to like right before COVID, pre-COVID, it's down probably by 100 or so a year on average compared to 4 or 5 years ago. So, but it's still in that 250 to 300 transfer a year to a higher level of care hospital from Salina.
It's still plenty.
It is.
So to have your
Our
units.
overall call volume is growing,
Yeah,
but the interfacility transfer volume, I would say, is stabilized more than anything.
good. Good, 'cause that always worried me, having
Sure.
units throughout the state.
Typically, we only let one unit leave the county at a time,
Okay.
just because of staffing and call volume here. We try to just allow one ambulance on-duty crew. Now, if we get off-duty staff to come in to help facilitate those transfers, we would allow a second one at times, but that's additional staffing to handle that.
And do we have a remount over there with Osage going right now?
No, we don't. We actually just took delivery a few weeks ago of the remount that was approved for this year. So we've already taken delivery of that, and
That would have been the one I was thinking of.
yep, it's already taken delivery, and it's in service, ready to respond.
So the program's all working well
Correct.
then.
It is. It's working very well.
Good. Good. Any other comments, questions for Chief Pearson? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment on this item? Bring it back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we authorize the city manager. Start over. Mayor Longbine, I move we authorize the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with Saline County for the use of America Rescue Plan Act funds in the amount of $402,784 to purchase an ambulance and power cot loading system.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with Saline County for use of American Rescue Plan Act funds in the amount of $402,784 to purchase an ambulance and power cot loading system. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor Longbine, I move that we authorize the purchase of one new Type 1 Osage ambulance on a new 2025 Ford F-550 4x4 chassis in the amount of $349,695 from Emergency Services Supply, the authorized Osage ambulance sales vendor for Kansas.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to authorize the purchase of a new Type 1 Osage ambulance on a Ford F-550 4x4 chassis, a new construction ambulance body, and additional striker cot and cot equipment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, I guess we'll order an ambulance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 5.4.
Item 5.4, approve resolution number 24-8219, a resolution of advisability for special assessments for Lakeview Estates No. 2, Phase 2, and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Stanley C. Byquist.
Mr. Toich.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Toich, Director of Public Works. In November of '21, the Salina City Planning Commission met and considered the final plat application for Lakeview Estates Addition Number 2. At that time, there were proposed 13 lots in the plat, 12 of which were buildable on a 34.37 acre tract of land located east of South Ohio and south of Magnolia Road in Salina. The special assessment policy sets out a two-step process. The developer first submits the application and signed form of petition. The start of step 2 of the process occurred on November 27th of 2023 as the City Commission authorized staff to conduct an engineering feasibility study or feasibility report and resolution of advisability. The total assessed value is $633,061.50. The attached petition number 4428 was submitted by Mr. Byquist, who is present with us today. The lots to be assessed are total 100%, and they are lots 2 and 3 at 30.2%, lots 4 through 9, 6 lots at 39.6%, and lots 2 and 3 also totaling 30.2% for a total of 100% of the assessment. The attached development agreement is similar to other development agreements approved for subdivision development where the developer contracts privately with contractors and constructs the improvements, and then the city then reimburses the developer for eligible costs. It is prescribed by Kansas statute that the City Commission consider a petition for improvements and establish sufficiency if one of any of the 3 following conditions be met. The first being a petition that is signed by the majority of resident owners of record. The petition is signed by resident owners of record of more than half of the area liable, or the petition is signed by the owners of record, whether resident or not, of more than half of the area liable. In this case, condition number 3 is met, thereby meeting the statutory requirements for sufficiency. 100% of the cost of the improvements are proposed to be assessed to the benefit district. The costs include construction contingency, inspection, design, and bonding, and interest costs. The owners may choose to either pay their share of the project in a lump sum or make payments in the form of special assessment tax payments over a 20-year period beginning on the date of the general obligation bonds when they are issued by the city. Again, 100% of the estimated cost of the $633,061.5 are to be assessed against the improvement district, and property owners do have the opportunity to pay their portion of the assessment in full prior to bond issue. Or they may spread it over the 20-year assessment period in annual installments. The recommended commission action for this item is approve the resolution with amendments, postpone consideration, or deny the resolution. Staff recommends option 1, and with that, I would be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Questions?
No questions.
No question.
Thank you.
Developer, Mr. Barkley, have any comments?
Stan Byquist, Salina. Obviously, I hope that you pass this. Looking forward to get started on this end of the project. This ground started to get developed with the Cedarhurst project, which according to the staff and everyone there is doing very well. And I would be up for any questions you may have on this.
Question for Mr. Barkley. initial Cedarhurst project, it turned out very nice.
Thank you. Thank you and thank them. And the city and everyone concerned.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Any public comment? Bring us back for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of resolution number 24-8219 and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Stanley C. Byquist.
Second.
A motion is second to approve resolution number 24-8219 and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district agreement between the city of Salina and Stanley C. Byquist. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will build more houses. Item 5.5.
Item 5.5, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Tool Design Group LLC of Silver Spring, Maryland to develop the City of Salina's Comprehensive Safety Action Plan.
Mr. Teutsch.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Teutsch, Director of Public Works. In 2023, staff met with representatives of the Kansas Department of Transportation in a phone conference, and they discussed the several corridors within Salina that are deemed as VRU, Vulnerable Road User Priority 1 corridors. And I'll have a few slides to present for you regarding this subject. Regarding this blue sheet, we are requesting that you authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Tool Design. The selection process was followed for hiring of this consultant, and Justin Mader, the county engineer, and Wayne Nelson and Kent Johnson of the city participated in the selection committee, and those three unanimously chose Tool. Tool has worked extensively on transportation and engineering projects in conjunction with the Kansas Department of Transportation and others, and we feel they're fully qualified for this. The city manager thought it may be important that we also discuss a little bit more about vulnerable road users, what that means, where these priority corridors are, and some of the ideas that we have that we would like to implement and sort of get your input on before we start moving forward with these additional projects. Slide, please. So the first thing is, what is a vulnerable road user? The Federal Highway Administration defines this as anyone who walks, bikes, or uses any other non-motorized form of transportation, whether that be skateboards, wheelchairs, whatever that case may be. Slide, please. The entire system, the Vulnerable Road User Priority System, is part of the Kansas Vulnerable Road Users Safety Assessment. I believe that was done in '23 by KDOT, and subsequent to that, they began contacting cities and setting up these conferences, as I described just a few minutes ago. There's a few definitions here that I think are relevant for us. First, the safe system approach is the methodology they used for determining how these corridors would be classified. They consist of 6 principles and 5 objectives you see in the circle to your right or to your left on the screen. And then 3 definitions that I think are really important is that you'll see later in the presentation is HIN, which is High Injury Network. That is a network of streets or corridors, road segments that have elevated what they call KA crashes. K means someone was killed. The A stands for likely serious injury. So a KA crash with a VRU is someone who was either killed or injured who was a pedestrian, bicyclist, or other non-motorized means of transportation. And then high-risk network is more to do with the network itself, how the roadway is configured, and other considerations. And then you'll see how those two play into the establishment of the various priorities. Slide, please. The next two slides are some trends, and I think some of these you'll say this makes complete sense, and a few of them might be kind of surprising to you. First, that VRU KA crashes in general in the state of Kansas are increasing at a rate greater than other KA crashes. More than 70% of those KA crashes are with pedestrians. So obviously pedestrians are a big concern, and the majority of the deaths or injuries resulting from these types of crashes. Typically they're on 4-lane roads, major and minor arterials, speeds over 30 to 35 miles an hour, and annual daily traffic of 10,000 cars or greater. I just thought it interesting, so I included it, that 40% of the KA crashes occurred in disadvantaged communities. And you'll see how that comes to play in this analysis. Slide, please. Here's where a few of them you might say, yeah, that makes sense, and a few others you might question, like, well, I would not have expected that. But typically 25 to 34-year-olds were the largest group affected. 60% of pedestrians occurred at night or in hours of limited visibility, dawn or dusk. 65 of all cyclist crashes occurred during the day. I think those all seem to make sense. These ones surprised me a little. Alcohol and drug intoxication accounted for less than 5% of these types of crashes. Darting, inattention, cell phones, and dark clothing contributed to fewer than 1/5 of all these accidents, and I just assumed that would have been higher. Slide, please. So a few takeaways from our meeting with KDOT and what we've learned subsequent to that meeting by reviewing the Federal Highway Administration website on VRU and KA crashes, and also the meeting with KDOT, that Salina was one of 5 cities in Kansas that had what they referred to an overrepresentation of VRU KA crashes. While we continue to look for opportunities and we continue to do new projects that have 8 and 10 foot hike and bike trails, it's also important to recognize, and I think most people do, that Salina still remains very car-centric. Its network is primarily car-centric, and most people are focused on traffic efficiency and not necessarily VRU safety built into the infrastructure. So it certainly may take a new way of thinking and a certain amount of public outreach and those kinds of things. Community education obviously is extremely important. One of those principals said that everyone is responsible, from the motorists to the city to people walking. Everyone has a part to play, and so I think public education is going to be extraordinarily important going forward. We're doing this, we're asking you to allow us to enter a contract with Tool so that, as part of the SS4A, so that we can build what's called a safety action plan. The safety action plan will provide tools that are available that could be implemented and recommendations made for Salina's network, and we think that's very valuable. In addition to that, this safety action plan is required in order for us to seek future funding opportunities through either demonstration or implementation grants, which are also, if you, based on what Tool tells us in that safety action plan, there may be several grant opportunities that we could pursue. And then finally, continued measures like right sizing, doing road diets, and various other improvements, signal design and those kinds of things, as well as improving our pedestrian crosswalks are all, I think, vitally important to helping to mitigate some of the risk that we have at these particular locations. Slide, please. So how did they determine what priority one is? It's very simple. We talked about HIN and HRN, high injury, high risk. If that particular road segment fell into either the moderate, the higher, or the highest category, in both of those categories, HRN and HIN, it automatically becomes a priority one network. Slide, please. So what we've learned from the KDOT website and the initial stages of accident reviews are our priority one road segments are Ohio Street, Santa Fe, Broadway, and Crawford Street. Slide, please. Since learning that, I have asked Mr. Ganzenmuller, the GIS supervisor, to begin mapping these segments for us. This is only the priority one map. At the end of the presentation, I'll show you all four. And we've already mentioned that future implementation grants are based on what we learn and what we can implement from the action plan. And then also as they relate to disadvantaged areas within the community, or in Salina's case, the LMI census tracts. Slide, please. So these are the primary intersections of the priority ones. So this is going to be the focus of our attention, certainly going forward, not only with the SS4A action plan, but just internal operational priorities for the department, looking for things that we need to do to modify or improve these particular intersections within the priority ones. Slide, please. So I also wanted to know where those LMI census tracts were, and as you can see, they either border or are in all of the LMI census tracts, nearly all of the road segments, other than just those two to the south. Slide, please. So this is probably the largest undertaking that we will have done regarding accident studies, but I asked Mr. Ganzenmuller to look at from January of 21 through May of 24 of this year, and there were 554 accidents within the priority one segments within 60 feet of those sites. 554. 163 of them were injury accidents, so roughly 30% of the accidents that we're having in the priority one segments are injury accidents. And then of those, 7 were pedestrian accidents. All 7 resulted in injuries, and there were 8 bicycle accidents, 6 of which resulted in injuries. I think most people's first thought is, well, those are extremely low numbers, so I borrowed something from my military past and looked at how we assess risk. And there's something that we use called the risk matrix, and it says that when the probability for a hazard is seldom, it rarely happens, or in this case, these types of accidents, but the severity of the accidents is considered catastrophic, death or serious injury, then the risk is still high. So although there are low numbers, that risk matrix still tells us that, this is a concern, and we need to try to do what we can to protect them and to try to prevent those kinds of accidents from occurring. Slide, please. So there's 2 parts to this. There's this blue sheet, which is the SS4A, and asking tool to get started on preparing our safety action plan, providing us the tools necessary to help us reconfigure intersections, do new traffic signals or make other changes within our system to try to reduce the number of VRUKA accidents in Salina. The other part of this is the things that I felt we needed to do internally as a staff and areas of concentration that I'm hoping that you would say, yes, this makes sense, or maybe we ought not do that, or something like that, getting your guidance on them. This particular location in this picture is in Atlanta, Georgia. That actually did end up getting built, but you see them standing in the middle of a large multi-lane street, and then you see the difference when you install a pedestrian island with crossings and plenty of space for people traveling on either, going to either side of that intersection. And the difference in safety, I think, is pretty easy to comprehend from those photos. Slide, please. So the rest of these are just talking about things that I think that we should be doing within our department and finding ways to make improvements within the system. Regardless and in addition to whatever tool design tells us about the safety action plan and things that they would recommend. A couple of years ago, the mayor and I presented the retro-reflective backplates. We've now installed the 10th intersection very recently, this past month. So we're at about 16% completion. There's 62 total signalized intersections. We have a ways to go. I've heard nothing but very, very positive feedback about these, and I think it makes sense to continue this project until we have every intersection in the city with retro-reflective backplates. Slide, please. So I wanted to show you by how that relates to the priority ones, and you see by the end of next year, I didn't quite have this information available to me when we started this program, so it's kind of looking at it in hindsight, but by next year, we will have all major intersections within the priority one segments covered with the retro-reflective backplates. Slide, please. The next one is RRFBs. I'm sure you're familiar with these. We have them in various locations in Salina. We have one right in front of this building. They're very effective. They say it can increase driver yield rates by as much as 96%, so we know that they're effective. We have an opportunity to install 2 more this year, one at 9th and Park, and then one on Marcella and Huell. So we'll have 2 more locations with RRFBs in the near future, within 2024.
Did we ever get one installed over here at the field house on 5th?
No, not yet. With this data, that may be a recommendation that we need to look at and do. Slide, please. Hawk systems, we currently have 3 of these. We have one on Crawford, we have one on Cloud, and we have one at Iron, at Central, at KWU, and then at the elementary school, Oakdale. These function very much the same. They have equivalent driver yield rates. They are better for larger streets, faster traffic, arterials particularly, because it places the flashing lights, like railroad flashing, directly over the lanes where the driver is, compared to the RRFB, which are off to the side. My recommendation would be minimally, if not in other locations, minimally we ought to place them at the soccer fields on Magnolia to get people across the levee there, and then also at Bill Burke Park on Crawford to get them across the levee there. Very fast traffic, multi-lanes. These are the kind of flashing signals that are more likely to get people's attention, and we think it makes sense to do those installations there. I would also say the street superintendent, we have 12 mid-blocks in Salina, and we're currently using a red ball with a flashing ring around them, a white ring, and it's not suitable for everyone's eyesight. We have a certain group of citizens that sometimes have difficulty distinguishing that flashing light. We've heard over the years, not a large number, but we have had them. And ultimately, Mr. Buchwald would like to replace those with Hawk systems. And they are certainly the best option in our toolbox for providing the greatest amount of driver recognition and the greatest amount of conspicuity to drivers. I think that recommendation makes sense in addition to the two areas that I already mentioned. Slide, please. This is a new one. You may not have noticed it yet because the median that we selected is very, very small. There is a median on Schilling and Riffle, right in front of the gas station across from Walmart. It's a particular median that gets hit a lot, so we wanted to try this particular product. And what I would really like to do is, first of all, I want to thank you for authorizing me 2 additional people in traffic control, because it helps me do these kinds of projects, which I think are pretty important. What I would like to do is create both daytime and nighttime conspicuity, making those medians stand out a little bit better. So what I would suggest is purchasing a pallet of these. It would be $11,575, including shipping. But I would have 350 of these to install. Sometimes the medians may require up to 4 or even more. They're 4-foot sections. But also painting the ends of all of the median nose cones, particularly in the priority 1 area, in all the segments within priority 1. That's not a huge amount of medians, but it could make a huge difference. And what I like about the combined approach, again, one of the principles at the very beginning, it said, it talked about redundancy, and having both day and nighttime conspicuity seems to make sense to me. Again, the radius of this is this particular installation. It's probably only about 1 foot wide, so it's not very noticeable. You would notice it if I would have installed 6 across a larger median, but they have proven effective in other areas, and we think they're probably very helpful for drivers. We have had a fairly significant number of citizen complaints, or at least reports, I should say, maybe not complaints, but reports of having difficulty seeing necessarily negotiating the medians when they make turns. Especially if it's inclement weather, if it's foggy or rainy or something like that, or hours of limited visibility. I think between the yellow paint, which now that I have additional people, we could accomplish on the bullnoses, and also installing the median alerts, we could probably help our citizenry quite a bit for not a significant amount of money.
Do these just glue on?
No, they're actually attached. You place them there's a piece of 3M tape underneath it so you can place it, and then each 4-foot section has 16 screws that get screwed into the top of the curb. So they're very secure. The one at Schilling and Riffle was ran over 3 days after I installed it by a semi, and it's still there. So I think having all those screws helps hold these on, and I think that helped prove to me that although I wish that driver hadn't ran it over, it was good that it survived that. So yeah, but 16 screws hold that in the concrete. Slide, please. Another one is pedestrian safety islands. This isn't something, you saw the one from Atlanta. This is just another example. There are particular places, I'm working with the city manager now on a particular location. We would like to try installing these. One of the things I noticed, I was out looking at checking on the Broadway Median project, and as I was driving, I noticed that we have OCCK bus stops that are mid-block, and we do not have a way for a pedestrian to get across the street without going all the way down to wherever the next traffic signal is and the next crosswalk. And I thought, if we don't provide means for people to cross, they are more likely to choose to cross in places that are not protected, that aren't well seen and that drivers would not be expecting there to be a VRU, pedestrian or bicyclist in that area. So I think we have an opportunity to install several of these at locations where OCCK bus stops exist, so that if people are on one side of the street, and I can give you examples, besides Broadway, there's one right in front of OCCK's headquarters as an example. Whether or not that is just an RRFB or it's in this case, a pedestrian island, depends on the particular road. We're looking at one location in North Salina on 9th Street that has a very wide road, and we have the ability to install a pedestrian island fairly easily.
Is that the 9th and Pacific 5-corner intersection?
No, this is, where the OCCK bus stop is with the bike rental, or the bike...
Share.
Yeah, the bike rental.
Bike share.
Bike rack.
Bike share, thank you. The bike share right next to it. Trying to remember where that is. That's
Out there by that
Antrim,
by that convenience
Hamilton.
store. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. I think there's a couple of locations where these could go. Another one that we should do, and one of the recommendations that I'm making, is that we have to change the way we're looking at new projects. When we do a new project, we have to think about what are the VRU consequences. And I think wherever there's an opportunity for a road diet, it's time for particularly to look and see if this kind of solution might be beneficial for that area. Slide, please. Here's another one. We typically budget about $50,000 plus or minus to striping. Aside from paving projects that we do, if we do a mill and inlay, those get striped as well. But in terms of just striping, we do about $45,000 to $50,000 a year. I would like to triple or even quadruple that amount. I'm not asking for additional money. I'll have to figure out a way to reprioritize the budget. But I think there are a number of areas where, especially in bad weather, where it's pretty difficult for a lot of motorists to see those stripes very well. I've had it happen to myself where it was kind of difficult to see the stripes. So that's just another one. I think there's probably an opportunity for us to seriously look at our budget and see where we could move some money in order to cover additional striping, but I think it's probably worthwhile doing. Slide. Another one is, I'm not saying, I don't know if we're missing any. I plan on, after this presentation, if you say, yep, that all makes sense, then I will task an additional task to the traffic folks to say, I want to make sure that every mid-block and every crossing that we have has advanced warning signs. I don't know whether they do or not, but it is important to, especially in mid-blocks where motorists might not be expecting someone to cross. Slide, please. Currently, we use standard crosswalks, which is the second one in where you see all the different crosswalks. Currently, we're using standard. A number of years ago, I think the former city engineer chose that method primarily because you can paint a lot of them, and it makes sense because he was, trying to be as efficient as possible. However, if you're thinking about VRU safety, the standards are not the most recognizable. And the one next to it and the one you see in the picture is called a Continental. And if you combined the standard with the Continental, you would end up with the last one, which is called a ladder. So I think that one makes sense for us to transfer to or transition to and consider future, whenever we do projects, whenever we have the opportunity to paint crosswalks, to do it at that ladder standard rather than the regular standard. Slide, please. So we've talked about hawks, primarily for the big busy streets, the arterials, fast-moving multi-lane traffic, that kind of thing. We've talked about RRFBs. that have their place on certain arterials and collector roads and even residential roads. But this is for all the others, for all the other locations that don't have them. These are solar powered. They're the cheapest of all the sign options that are lighted. And it may be something that we want to consider in the future, but they are about 10 times as cheap as an RRFB, to put that into perspective. They're 10 times cheaper than an RRFB and significantly more than a Hawk, or significantly less than a Hawk. Slide, please. This one I think has very limited potential, but if you look at the picture and you think about the location of where the priority 1 segments in Salina are, i.e. Santa Fe, this may be a good addition for crosswalks like that. Santa Fe is unique, though, because I think what we would find, and we are going to spend a great deal of time going through those 554 accidents. We're going to separate the ones the 163 that were injury accidents. We're going to try to categorize and classify those accidents to see if we can have more data-driven solutions based on a particular road segment in Salina. But I think the problem with Santa Fe is people are crossing wherever they can. They find a place to park, but they're going across the street, and that's where they cross. And I think part of that is public education. Part of that may be just certainly at least highlighting the crosswalks as best we can. In-road crosswalks lights are plow-friendly, so that shouldn't be a problem. And the reflectors last a pretty long time, so I think that might be a good solution. Slide, please. We're almost through. We talked about this one already, adding crosswalks at OCCK bus stops, particularly mid-block crossings. We currently have, I think I mentioned we have 12 mid-blocks right now. Slide, please. And then almost last, the project planning going forward and what's currently happening. Centennial Road's currently under construction. It has had and will have RRFB, and it will have sidewalk and hike and bike trail. West Magnolia 100% design is underway. It'll include a roundabout, sidewalk, hike and bike trail. It'll be a complete street design, so VRU considerations have been made there. East Crawford is to be designed in 2025. That will include a sidewalk and hike and bike trail and a hawk system at the fire station based on your input from that previous meeting. Then Iron Street, it's currently being designed by staff in-house. It should undergo a road diet, and we have an opportunity for 1 or possibly 2 RRFBs on Iron Street. And we have a series of other projects. We mentioned RRFB at 9th and Park and Marcella and Huel. Looking at RRFBs and crosswalks at OCCK bus stops. This particular one on Santa Fe, we're hoping to schedule in 2025. And really, the rest of these, the things that we just talked about, are things that we would program in the future, given if you think this makes sense to undertake. Slide, please. So this is priorities 1 through 4. There's a couple of things that I didn't talk about in this because it's probably, unless we're doing a project where we will take VRU considerations into account, then this would be some of the things that we should expect from Tool when they're looking at the SS4A action plan, like installing chicanes. There may be a very wide street where adding bulb outs or moving the traffic through a chicane, it automatically slows traffic down. Road diets, it tightens the lane and it typically slows traffic down. There are a few locations around town where we're probably going to make a recommendation to lower the speed limit. We're looking at one area in particular. It was the site of a VRU accident within the past year. And it probably makes sense to lower the speed limit by half. And we'll talk more about that in the future, but it's one of the things that we're looking at. So reduce speeds, complete design. There's just a whole host of things. I am part of the Salina Mobility Working Group. I have shared this with Michelle today, and I'm sure that we'll talk about it more in that meeting, but I think it's important for staff to continue to work with Salina Mobility, OCCK, the Bicycle Advocacy Group, and others. Tool design as part of their contract will have some public engagement opportunities. They will come, they're planning to come should this blue sheet be approved. Slide, please. And that really concludes everything. And with that, I would say that we kind of presented you with a very short part of the blue sheet and the rest of these slides, but you have an opportunity to approve the motion, approve it with amendments as you deem appropriate, postpone consideration, or do not approve, authorizing the city manager to sign with Tool. And more in general, if you have any comments for me regarding about anything that I shared, I would appreciate them. Thank you.
Jim, you might touch on the cost sharing aspect, our share and.
Yeah, so we are going to receive $160,000 from the federal government. We'll receive $30,000 from KDOT. And then the remainder of the $200,000, which is very little after that, is shared with Saline County and the city of Salina. So, yeah, so we're in a pretty good position.
So this isn't going to actually cost us much.
No, it isn't. And I think the product is worthwhile, especially given that we're all kind of still reeling from the idea that Salina is one of 5 cities in Salina with an overrepresentation, or in Kansas with an overrepresentation of these kinds of accidents. So I think anything that we can do to improve that is worthwhile, especially with a grant opportunity.
And it's a grant that potentially positions us to be competitive for more grants.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was a little confused after you and I talked this morning. I thought we were only spending $9,700 of our own dollars, and then I got to reading this again, and one of my questions was this coming out of dollars that we could use for something else? But now you're saying the 160 from the federal government and the 30,000 from KDOT's completely separate than dollars we received to do street stuff.
Correct.
The only thing that confused me a little bit is we're having a study. It sounds like you've already done this study. I mean, we're not going to be able to do revenue neutral if we do all these.
That's what I heard.
I will tell you. A lot of these things are a matter of me reprioritizing some things within the department to a large degree. Now, some of the things like the retro-reflective backplates or purchasing additional signals like Hawk systems.
Some of those crosswalks and stuff, those are going to take time and money too. But anyway,
it will.
Yeah,
it will, and we can do it over time. We can do it in stages, but yeah.
So,
and it's surprising how much grant money is moving around right now. I'm hopeful that that's a possibility.
So we do this. I call this study, for lack of a better word. And we get this report back. Are we then required to take certain action based on that study?
Well, we're not required, but certainly if we want to,
because we have to do this if we want to continue to apply for funds from KDOT.
Correct. KDOT intends to fund Priority 1 VRU KA crash segments in Kansas. And in order to apply for demonstration grants or implementation grants, you have to have completed a safety action plan first. So, yes.
We do this, I guess that's what you're saying. Then there's potentially more KDOT dollars that we can apply for because of
Really, there's a lot of federal dollars as well that is involved. So this is a federal government push. That the Safe Streets for All is a push where they say, we want you to do a planning grant, and they'll come in and they'll look at the overall picture and say, okay, this is a big project that we can do, and they are $4 and $5 million projects that the federal government is funding. So it may be everything that Jim said plus maybe more that we apply for a grant to kind of do some of these big corridors in one big swoop.
Yeah,
So the way,
honestly, these are all little tiny projects that I think that staff can tackle, and we can do largely in-house and through doing it over time. But some of the conversation that we've had with KDOT, and we have met with Tool already and discussed some of this, there are major changes that you can make to signal systems to help signals communicate better with one another, help regulate the number of how traffic flows, and still perform like a road diet. And there are a few segments where that may be necessary.
Yeah,
Those are expensive, but they could be included as part of the grant.
Yeah, I was a little shocked by the numbers, of accidents that you talked about. The one that does concern me is the one you talked about up by Bill Burke, and I don't know what kind of light you install there, but I am amazed that we haven't had a significant accident at that location, with people trying to turn left and two lanes both going east and west. I really believe we need to look at that, whether we got KDOT, got funding or not, because I don't want it to be don't want us to have a significant accident there and then wish we would have done something. So.
Yeah, I think both of those locations, you have people driving 50
They're
or
going
maybe
40,
even sometimes
what is
more
it,
than
40
that.
mile an hour speed limit, so add another
Yeah.
5 to that at least, probably, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, the presentation, very well done.
Thank you, sir.
And maybe a little bit of a personal component to this, but I've responded to pedestrian and cyclist accidents with motor vehicles involved, and it's really abstract to talk about it here. You don't, this person got hurt, on this day or this intersection. The damage that a vehicle can do to a person is absolutely catastrophic and unforgettable when you see it in person. And not only do I think this is a good idea, I think it's an obligation that we have to the community. And it's, to me, it's just kind of a no-brainer. And I do have questions about how we would integrate, for instance, some of those pedestrian islands into, a lot of our thoroughfares have the center lane that just kind of goes through.
Mm-hmm.
How that would work in some cases, but I'm all for whatever we can do to make it safer to be a cyclist and a pedestrian.
Thank you, sir.
I want to go back to, I was surprised that on the priority one list, that Broadway Pacific 9th corridor was not included.
So was I. I thought Broadway was noticeably empty, and I would have suspected that Broadway would have been higher on the priority list. When you look at the 1 through 4, you see that Broadway is number 2, number 3 priorities. It's still very important. There's still a lot of opportunities, and the 554 only represents priority 1 accidents. So in just those 4 streets, there's 554 accidents over the past 3.5 years. And I'm sure that we would see a lot more if we included the other priorities.
I think that was one of the last intersections. Hawthorne School was still there, that still had a flag man that for kids to cross going to school. You talked about several upcoming projects, and I've had my eye on one that is supposedly in the works. Maybe you can update me. A bike trail between Belmont and 9th Street on Magnolia.
It is, trying to think the best way to say it, it is slow going. We are still trying to work with the railroad and come to some kind of agreement on getting that installed. But it's still a priority. We're still moving forward. We've met with the railroad. We'll probably have to meet again, and we'll continue pushing to try to get that approved.
And I guess what I observe is, when they did fire hydrant and water line replacements, they just put the sidewalks in temporary with asphalt because it was going to be coming out for the new bike trail. And
right.
So, yeah, I'd like to see that. That's a corridor there that the study really could be beneficial
the
for.
interagency coordination has been slow going.
Okay. Well, there's a lot more information in this than I anticipated, so thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Bring this back for action.
Mayor, I move to approve, excuse me, a motion authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement to pay Tool Design Group LLC of Silver Spring, Maryland, up, well, is it actually up to that number if you subtract the grants?
I believe it is the number, but I'll defer to
The grants
Mr.
come to
Toich.
us first and then, okay. So,
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
contract with Tool for the full
Yes.
amount, and then we'll
Yes.
receive
Okay.
the grant funds.
thank you. Up to $199,708 to develop Salina's comprehensive safety action plan.
Second.
Here we have a motion and a second. Authorizing city manager to execute an agreement to pay Tool Design Group LLC of Silver Spring, Maryland, up to $199,708 to develop Salina's comprehensive safety action plan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And when will they upon approval, when will they anticipate starting?
I'm glad you asked that. I forgot to mention, but Tammy Sufi, the director of the Kansas City office for Tool, is online. And she may be best positioned to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm happy to. We are excited about this project, very excited. We're ready to start. Our project manager is on vacation this week, but he's literally ready to get this thing started on Monday. So just as soon as we have a notice to proceed from the city, we're ready to go.
Okay, the check will be in the mail.
Perfect.
Thank you. We have no developmental business. Other business, anything a commissioner would like to bring up?
One item. All right. I'm probably not going to reach the folks who I think need to hear this, but it's soon going to be fireworks time here in Salina. We do have rules covering when and where fireworks can be discharged, and a general requirement that an airborne firework land in the same yard from whence it took off. While exciting and mesmerizing for most kids of all ages, fireworks can represent nights and days of terror for war veterans, pets, and those who are just plain emotionally on the edge. Please protect the ability to discharge fireworks within the city limits by using them safely, responsibly, and in a fashion kind to your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with that, and I just ask people to please be careful and respectful. Anything else? We'll bring us to Citizens Forum. If you have a comment on something not on the agenda today.
Norman Mantle, Salina. What is your priority on our water system? I've got a letter here from Kansas Water Service Inventory. Dear water customer, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has recently issued regulations requiring all public water systems to develop lead service line inventory. So, while these contaminants are not in the source water, they can enter tap water through the corrosion of service line piping and older household plumbing materials. So are you addressing this issue? This is an old issue.
We addressed that a couple of years ago, I believe.
You ain't doing anything.
Well, actually, we received a grant, and we are supplementing that grant with funding to do exactly that, to conduct
You've got the
inventory.
grant.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why isn't anything being done?
Well, we just recently got the grant. We have to contract with a vendor to do it, but we're actively pursuing it.
I want to go back to number 5.2, the one about the insurance company. We can make it rain. Have you ever seen any of these cloud seeding aircraft? I know what they are. And it'll make it hail. We can make it rain. You remember all that rain we had out in the Northwest and balloons come over from China? We can make it rain. Dubai has had 2 years of rain in one day. So we can control the rain. We can control the weather, and insurance companies don't like it because we'll insure the heck out of our crops. I've talked to your insurance people, and they says, "Oh, you know what's going on, don't you?" I said, "Yeah, I do. Them planes can be loaded with silver iodide. We can control the weather."
Okay, we have an executive session scheduled. Do we want to? I would move to take a little break.
Okay. 45 minutes with a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Okay. I move the City Commission recess an executive session for 45 minutes following a 5-minute break to discuss with legal counsel confidential legal considerations relating to the subject of the city's purchase of attractive real estate from Corral LLC located within the block bounded by 3rd and 4th Streets and Ash and Elm Streets, based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319 B2. We will resume the meeting in this room at 6:35.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for attorney-client privilege to discuss real estate with Corral LLC for 45 minutes. After a 5-minute break, we will resume in this room at 6:35. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we are back in session, and we are going to request a little more time for the executive session.
Somebody give me a time. 20. Okay, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss with legal counsel confidential legal considerations relating to the subject of the city's purchase of a tract of real estate from Corral LLC located within the block bounded by 3rd and 4th Streets and Ash and Elm Streets, based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. We will resume the regular meeting in this room at 6:57.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session once again for 20 minutes. We will resume the regular meeting at 6:57. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
So attendees include the same group of parties: myself, city manager, legal counsel Bankson, deputy city manager Wood, assistant city manager Hennessy, and public works director Deutsch. And we may take action when we return.
We are back in session, and we are going to request a little more time.
Okay. Mayor Longbine, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss with legal counsel confidential legal considerations relating to the subject of the city's purchase of attractive real estate from Corral LLC located within the block bounded by 3rd and 4th Streets and Ash and Elm Streets, based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, for which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The regular meeting will resume in this room at
7:13.
7:13.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to recess into executive session for an additional 15 minutes. The regular meeting will resume in this room at 7:13. All in favor, say aye.
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 Same attendees, potential for action when you return.
Okay, we are back in regular session, and we do have action to take.
Yes, Mayor Longbine, I move that the City of Salina exercise its right to terminate its agreement with Corral LLC dated March 15th, 2024 for the purchase of real estate bounded by 3rd and 4th Streets and Ash and Elm Streets pursuant to Section 6B of the agreement, and direct staff to notify Corral LLC's representative of the termination.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to terminate the agreement for purchase of real estate from Corral LLC. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, we are adjourned. Thank you.